welcome back, Karth.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Welcome back, Hartrude.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
That's it? You're being laconic about it?
It doesn't look like he knows what that means.
Alright, later, losers.
The scruffy-haired little boy.
We only talked to that one, apparently. Yeah. I haven't been over to this area. Hey, welcome back, Zapper. +1 to Kingdom of Conscience. Is that one of these things? It's this one. Which is... Thought I internalized that, but whatever. Oh no, not this one. This is the this is democracy. We can't be having that. No, I was saving it. I was gonna put this there, but I was saving it.
The worn and beaten
Elected officials in my government?
You can revisit the...
What?
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail!
Who is Abigail?
Uh-huh. Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
Nice. So are you finally gonna pass me in Elden Ring? Gonna go kill yourself a Radon? Have much less trouble than I did going melee?
You're not going to get anything out of this guy. He's too drunk. Never thought you'd see such a thing in your life. But this guy's a little too drunk.
Why shouldn't I call Abigail?
He snorts and beckons you to lean in closer.
I don't... He's gonna vomit on me or something.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
Tell me about your friends here.
Don't you fucking call her. Hear me?
Okay.
Don't
All right.
call Abigail.
Yeah, I finished the area with the hands. The worst part of that area was the hands. I hate those damn hands. Just the big ones. I hate the big ones. Because they're so wide, you can't roll sideways away from them. And then their charge attack goes so far that you can't roll backwards because they hit you anyway. You can't roll into them because you're just hitting them. The hands have like freaking 10 fingers on one hand.
Hey, tequila!
A 30-something man clad in a two-piece Lycra TM tracksuit puts down his Pilsner and extends a hand in greeting.
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
Do I know this guy? Shake his hand. Seems to know me.
So what's happening?
Hila.
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street Gang.
Yeah, not too hot. I'm a 50-year-old losing streak. I'm on a 50-year losing
That's
streak.
harsh. I'm like 3 or maybe 4 years into mine. Wait, no. Make it 5.
As much trouble as I had with that Radon fight, her trip, that was probably the coolest fight in Elden Ring so far.
Things aren't going super well for Idiot Doom Spiral either. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
Idiot Doom Spiral, huh? This is bound to be a good, high-concept conversation. At last.
What do you guys do around here?
We are saving the world.
Please. Please don't go. Don't go.
Whole lot of saving they're doing,
Okay,
huh?
we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
I'm not doing much better. I'm trying to save the world with encyclopedia knowledge and electrochemistry.
It's you. You're Tequila Sunset.
How do you know this?
We've met before. Don't you remember?
I don't remember anything.
You sure don't.
I don't
Nope.
think you're ready for that grade of reality yet. It'd be ill-advised for me to tell you. You gotta go do the intro yourself. Come back when you've been to the motor carriage. Tequila.
He points to
It's my car.
waterline with his bottle.
So, can you tell me the Tequila Sunset story now?
Didn't I already say? I don't want to be the one who breaks it to you.
All right.
You have to get acquainted with the event first. It'd be irresponsible. You too,
Kim, you might not want to
Tequila
be here
Sunset.
for this. I don't remember where the traps are. Check the trap near the canal you crossed southeast of the village. Okay, so there's one way back over this way. I needed to come back here anyway because there was a thing I could open. I didn't have my crowbar in my hand last time. There's the trap. A little bubble here too. Breaker box to power the radio pylon above you. Maybe there's something inside. Ahead, decades-old concrete defenses. Children play on them now. Ooh, 90.
A familiar apparatus lies among the reeds. Another one of Morel's traps, weighed down by stones to keep it in place. The reeds
Round.
bend forlornly toward the sand. Some tufts have been crushed. Snow covers the broken stalks like a shroud. In the east, the city center hums to you. This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoological beast inside.
Another empty trap.
Let's keep going. The next one is the lucky one.
Yep. The next one has a crab trapped in it. These are just crab traps, you do realize?
Kim. Why you harshing on my dream here? Yeah, this here. This is what I wanted to open. Ooh. The Jamrock Biker Cop Sunnies. These look so dumb. Oh my god, I got visual calculus on. What's with this like big piece here? Oh, no. We're going for the encyclopedic knowledge here. These are the binoclad ones? Binoclard? Mega binos? Prescription lenses? I really wish I could stream Elden Ring. Didn't it come up through here? Banged up fuel can 11. Bottle drained of all its booze. It's frozen to the ice.
A banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. It must be cold and lonely down there, in the icy water. The seawater has already started to corrode the metalworks. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading.
So this is where all the tracks were leading to.
It appears to be so.
You know what, Kim? I already know what the answer is here. We don't really need to investigate, but you know what? Let's investigate anyway.
I agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water.
Oh, let's run my hand over the cold
motor
metal.
carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists. A single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles, but this one looks worn even in places the salt water hasn't touched it.
What's the make of this MC? And I see a logo.
The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by.
There's another thing I want to start playing tonight, if I can. Gotta play Risk of Rain. Since they had the new DLC drop. With 2 new characters, a bunch of new items. How long has it been here?
Ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
I at least want to unlock the new characters. Today. Yeah, I own Heroes Hour now, I think. I bought it.
The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening.
So what should we do?
Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
Great idea. Then we can get the things inside. The joyrider must have left something good inside. Guns, papers, maybe a cool jacket. A joyrider jacket.
Hopefully my badge is in there. How long will it take for the low tide to come in?
An hour or 2 tops?
Okay. Oh, I have no choice but this to wait. I'm not gonna just start saying somebody's journey came to an end because I know it's my journey. I'm not gonna start making fun of myself.
sit down in the old rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea.
I'm just gonna whistle a tune here.
The tune on your lips forms a strange yet undeniably beautiful contrast with the surrounding bleakness. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance, then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher pitched and slightly more melodic trill.
There we go, we're getting into a rhythm now.
Two birds on a wire, whistling by the seaside, looking at the water and the sunken car. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a time. Looks like this might take
Oops.
a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
Would you rather sit on an anthill for an hour or stand in a river of leeches?
Well, historically, leeches have been used to prevent and even cure many ailments.
Okay, he's thinking. I can do this. Let's do this. Who'd want to sit on an anthill? There are no therapeutic benefits to, well, napalm ants, for example, are used in some rites of passage rituals. Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city.
Oh my
30
God.
minutes pass.
Hey, do you think I will ever find my gun?
God, I hope so.
I've been thinking if I put enough time into eating right and exercising, I could turn myself into a living weapon. Then I wouldn't even need a gun. That is definitely not going to happen for me. I'm really tempted to click that one, even though I know it's an impossibility for my character. He tries, though. He does try to fight people. Jean-Luc, or whatever the hell his name was. Yeah, he
Her
tries.
voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Is that a number on the side?
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for?
Oh,
It's
it
as
couldn't
if
be
he knows
important.
what it stands for, but wants you to say it. It's pedagogical. Does he know something about the driver of this vehicle?
41 is his rank in the underground street racing hierarchy. Small fish, this one. Supposed to be Tommy 41, the morning host of FN 41. Like the factory made a mistake and accidentally called this one, this one Capri 41. Huh, stupid factory. I hate guessing. District something, a precinct, something municipal. I'm getting a horrible headache. Oh God, no. I like that one.
I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry.
41. Precinct 41. A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
No. Oh my God, it's mine.
Yes, your car is in the sea. Face it, so we can start dealing with this.
No, I mean, seriously, it's just a coincidence.
Lieutenant just shakes his head.
Oh my God, it's mine. I drove my car into the
I'm
sea.
afraid so, yes. It looks like you started in front of the whirling, jumped over the canal, and then drove your vehicle in the sea right here.
Things were going so well. We were just whistling
You
merrily.
can still whistle. Besides, the night is always darkest before the dawn.
Maybe I was in pursuit of
Of
someone.
whom? I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk.
Tequila sunset.
Probably. Try definitely.
So how do we get it out?
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point.
It's sunken too deep. There is no access ramp to the coast.
It's just gonna be there
I'm
like
afraid
that?
it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off.
I could fix it.
That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this.
This is a
Let's
disaster.
face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema.
This was 20% of the station's vehicular budget.
Badge, the gun, and now
The
this.
lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything.
Well, at least I can see what's in there now.
Yes, let's go take a look.
We found the traffic hooligan. It was me. Oh my god, I got my badge. And RCM commander's jacket. I was a commander? What do I got on now? I got a logic jacket on. I kinda like the logic jacket. What does this look like? A little more official. And we gotta look at these. Oh my god. Thick blue piece of acrylic covering a thin leaf of paper with the officer's name and rank on it. Next to the writing, you see a man stare back at you, a younger version of you, already disintegrating inside, but still presumably on the outside. Still presentable on the outside.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
Found my badge.
At least something good came out of all this.
Study
Encased
it.
between 2 durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and, in the lower right corner, your precinct. The
The
man
photo.
keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that. But the badge is new. You used an old photo for a new badge.
How old?
8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns.
So am I. I cut them off. And he's winking. Why?
What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it does on you now. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
So my name is Harrier Dubois.
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't.
Wait, what kind of name is Harrier?
It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times. Like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
A name like armor.
Well, Harrier Dubois it is then.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not.
Wait, has he been doing that? I haven't been paying attention.
The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information.
Wait, rank LTN 2JFR?
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
W Freighter? What?
The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant.
And a W Freighter?
The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're W Freighter.
I declined it? I guess I like field work.
There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
Let's say, décomptage.
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol Citizens Militia. It means counting down to twos.
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which in turn was developed by last-century experimental psychologists in the University of Königstein.
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings.
What kings?
Kings like satellite officers and the additionally a freighter rank I already explained.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
Wait, so you've been putting up with all my bullshit because I'm your superior? I don't know if I want to be authoritative with Kim. No, I'll just say we're the same rank.
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work.
Well,
It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
He trusts you for now. Try not to spoil it.
I thought my rank was drunk.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary.
I don't want to get better, I want to get worse. Gives me hope, Kim.
Good.
Oh my god, I'm the goodest of the good cops now. Achievement unlocked.
Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a fly in amber. It reads.
So, serial number, I'm assuming Revachol, and then date, and then Jamrock, Precinct 41.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure.
The numbers are not there for good measure. They have an administrative purpose, one that's unfortunately been erased from your memory.
Date of issue 7th of November 50. No, that would be a date then. I don't know.
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
The case created a lot of edge you have to take off. The death march really gets us going. You're pretty sure you weren't doing well, but better? Probably yes.
I don't think I was doing well because when we phoned our precinct, everybody was making fun of me. Like I was some kind of just constant fuck up. So precinct 41.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41. Like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor. A lot of asphalt. The 41st is...
What?
It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiayeva. Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. Suddenly, names from your decomptage flash in your forebrain. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light.
All right. We know who we are. And I've turned down a promotion at least twice. They're probably trying to promote me out of
This is it. The scene of the
fucking
party.
everything up.
The fire pit. Cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it.
It looks like a lot of folks partied here.
Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
I'm guessing it was me and then those other guys, those other drunks. I think we had a couple party goers here.
It.
This was some kind of theater to them. Circus production by a great clown.
Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
Somehow, he doesn't want to dwell on it.
Oh, that bad cough there. Alright, so we gotta go... I gotta go back and talk to them guys. And then I gotta go check these traps again. What is it you want me to find, Hartrip? You can always just tell me you should go check out such and such. I don't mind. My notebook? Which notebook? My journal? Oh, I gotta do this. Oh. I looked in the trash can.
This is the trap Morel just set. Checking it over, he said, is just a technicality. But
The locked one? I had to give the key back, though.
the reeds by the
Around.
abandoned campsite sway and tremble while the snow falls all around. It's good the cryptozoologists left. This isn't a very cozy place to stay night after night.
Oh, it's possible.
Nothing but locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monstrosity.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done.
I must stress, I did not expect a cryptozoological monstrosity to be in this trap.
Noted.
And then the last one's where we're going, so. Where we haven't been. Now, how do I get out of this place? I can go check it out. I think I didn't click it before because it was, my body stats were like really bad and I was gonna fail it. Regardless, and I just didn't want to fail.
Tequila Sunset.
Any Doom Spiral. I'm ready now. I've seen it. Tell me the story of Tequila Sunset.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my cords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you, the man, the myth.
Was I alone?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head, right in front of them. That's a pretty high concept, if you ask me.
It is. Does that sound like something you'd do? Yeah, probably. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
Wait, this doesn't sound like me at all.
Well, the word on the street may be a rumor, but what happened next is the truth. I was there to witness it, along with these bums here.
Lies, lies, lies. He only speaks lies.
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs. Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Naturally.
Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!" So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, "The time hath come for Tequila Sunset, the end of all things."
Say nothing, it's more dignified that way.
After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice. We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now, and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
My real name is Harry, by the way.
No, that's just what your mother called you. Your real name is Tequila Sunset. Just embrace
Okay.
it, brother.
How long did we party for?
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
So, some woman here fucked me real bad, so she's probably the one who took my gun.
Wow, that's quite a story.
She bought my gun.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
If you only knew.
Did I tell you anything specific about this person that fucked me?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here. Abigail.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Did I mention losing anything else?
Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy.
My gun was gone at that point. So I pawned my gun. And then I'm guessing she bought it, which fucked me because I was going to buy it back. Some speculation here.
In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one.
Did I say anything about my colleagues?
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your schedule.
It's more like you were cramping theirs.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
Did I say anything about the case?
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
Did we talk about politics?
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you. I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
Did you get a read on what kind of cop I was?
You kept apologizing for being such a bad cop. The damage you inflicted.
Oh, this game knows me. I am curious at how these answers change based on your actions up to this point. Because, like, I'm the sorriest cop, so obviously I'm apologizing all the time. And I'm a communist. So I'm obviously talking about how the coal mine owners are fucking over the regular man.
You also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temples, saying, "Stupid, stupid, stupid."
Alright, I don't need to hear
It's
anymore.
a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
You know, you seem like you're characterized by your storytelling ability. Want to tell me another one sometime?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
Yeah, you want to tell me how you became an idiot doom spiral?
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
Oh God.
The gleam in his eyes and the slouch in his posture is so incredibly familiar. You might get scammed here.
I have a feeling this is going to cost me a lot.
No, the reality of the situation requires a rather modest contribution. A little motivational package.
You want booze, don't you?
I don't want it, man. I need it. Can't tell stories without it. Dry stories are boring, you see? So, have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
Well, I'm prepared. I've got some sweet Commodore Red.
Classy.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that? Don't call Abigail!
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George, but around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual, a founder slash junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff.
Is he the guy who made that like video game thing or whatever? Because that was high concept stuff.
I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
How many people did you have working for you?
22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours.
So did the jogging help?
It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit. One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
His eyes are your eyes.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
How wet are we talking exactly?
It was a day not unlike this one here. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
Ouch.
Ouch, indeed. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
You've got to be shitting me.
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office.
All right, what happened next?
I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be One of the best.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this. So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
Wait, is that it? I feel like there's some steps missing.
Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me, so they tossed me in jail for 2 days. I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen.
I'm almost homeless myself. Doesn't seem so bad.
Hobo lifestyle definitely has some perks. Not having to pay rent, first and foremost. Not being responsible for 20 other people is nice, too. But that charm wears off pretty quickly. Before you know it, you're wearing a shit-stained tracksuit and spending your days picking tear.
Why do you keep losing all your stuff?
Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece Lycra tracksuit? I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass. But somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
You of all people should empathize with this. Perhaps this lost jacket is something you could help with?
I think it's the jacket I have. What was the name of your agency? Let's start there first.
My agency, man. The Boom Boom Room. Our concept was combining high art with the lowest forms of marketing. The color red, breasts, and oil painting. I convinced my partners to reinvest some of our profits in an even more high-concept cultural incubator called Thin Air. The artists were happy, the clients were happy. I was financing a group of poets in East Rebishal who were developing a new universal poetic language. But then it all went to shit.
If it sounds like it makes no sense, that's because it doesn't.
It does sound pretty fucking stupid, I must say. You know, I'm just gonna say it's so high concept I have no idea what it means.
I know. It was fucking awesome. Until I went on a jog, unleashing a cascade of doom that washed it all away.
So what's up with the tracksuit? Is that all you got?
What? You've never seen 100% Lycra before? Go on, feel that primo material. Pretty nice, huh? This might be one of the last of its kind. Should probably be in a museum, honestly.
I think I could buy one of those. Wasn't, what's his face selling one? Uh-oh.
Good God. It's nearly impossible to describe how dirty this texture is. It's like rubbing two jellyfish
shit.
skins together. You feel about 15% less human for having touched it. Randomized trials have also found Lycra, TM, to be associated with a number of exotic, highly malignant cancers. So you also have that to look forward to.
Wow, you're lucky. He never lets me feel it.
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosie. We're right next to the bay. You could wash them any time.
What about the other drunks?
My fellow members of the Union of Moribund Alcoholics? They're exactly what they look like.
Hey, tequila! You want to buy some speed?
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. He's a cop, remember?
I thought he was a cool cop.
Don't call Abigail.
And this is Abs. So yeah, that's basically us. We drink together.
So what's this about a lost jacket? I'm pretty sure I have it.
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my Lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila?
You mean this jacket that I discovered on the boardwalk and had cleaned on a whim?
Nah, this isn't it. Found? That's
Damn.
medium concept stuff. Totally not my style.
You're saying there's another lost jacket out there somewhere?
It's a big world out there, Tequila. A lot of lost jackets in it. Don't know why you'd think this could possibly be mine.
Hey, Doom Spiral. Ain't that the jacket you stole the other week?
Not on your fucking life, Rosemary. What's wrong with you people? Like I'd be caught dead wearing fawn, like some low-concept bicycle courier. Tell you what, Tequila. Why don't you just hang on to that one? I'll get another jacket. Someday.
At least you got a nice jacket for your troubles.
Any more
I
stories?
do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift.
Alright, well I don't have any on me right now.
Cottonmouth is keeping my tongue imprisoned.
Okay, let's step aside for a second. I have something I want to talk about.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint.
Where's it coming
From a
from?
distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
Guess I have been establishing my superstardom hard lately.
Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen, Salam Rocky Baye, badass on the edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera, lights.
Wait. Is this about a ludicrous fantasy world?
Yeah, you know. Beneath it is just heartbreak, a pulmonary tract infection, atherosclerotic disease. This is where you say action and reconceptualize all that. Reinvent it as the world's first celebrity police officer. This is the beginning of your legend.
Fuck it. Action.
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
I've been
Him?
meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of style.
My style? What about it?
I'm glad you finally started dressing a little more like an officer of the RCM. Keep it up.
Your
Oh.
half-brother is proud to stand beside you.
Say, why aren't you wearing a big suit? Regular cop, regular
The
clothes.
lieutenant regards you for a moment, unsure whether you're making a joke or not, and if so, whether he should acknowledge it.
Right, detective. You are one regular cop. You know the expression, the clothes make the man? The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world.
All right, you're a sharp dressed man. We could be styled, but
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, detective.
A warm smile.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the case. Let's go.
having one stream open doesn't work for me playing Elden Ring. Makes the enemies
Wow.
invisible.
So someone's been a little boring.
What?
Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown.
Am I boring?
You? I wouldn't worry about that.
See? You're so regular and vinyl brown, he doesn't even want to talk to you about it.
Oh my god. I'm boring? What is this? Picking on me for not being crazy enough? It's the least of my concerns.
No need to be defensive. The regularity, the brownness, the cut and dry have their appeal. A very standard appeal.
Look, I'm just trying to do my job. No need for extravagance.
Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's copotype is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax.
Wait. This will be my capo type now?
Yes, the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a caste, a class even, a nation of regular law officials that you belong to. It comes, of course, with the usual benefits.
I thought I was just becoming a superstar cop, yeah. And now just a regular old boring cop? I guess I'm a regular old boring cop now. I could still be a superstar cop, though. Right? Right?
Done and done. No actual communiques will be sent, of course. That would be too dramatic.
So we got some kind of superstar. Minus 2 logic still seems unlikely. First off, let's make this absolutely clear. No one is saying you are an actual superstar in the groupies and cocaine riddled with hepatitis C. Strikes a lion-esque pose with a mic kind of way. You're not Guillaume Lemillion or Davy Dewis. No, you're a metaphorical superstar. You bring that rock and roll authenticity and passion to a line of work where people don't expect or want to see it. Where some would say it doesn't belong. Law enforcement. And then I could be a regular law official. It looks like you've got a bit of the normal in you. A touch of the regular. 4 grams of Johnny Normal Cop. Who would have thunk it? You, the extremist of all the cops. You said some pretty boring things back there, and now you've had 2 choices. You can either leave it behind, forget about it, or you can try to utilize your normalcy, internalize it, get a touch of vanilla back into the herring-flavored egg and licorice ice cream of your mind. Nothing funky. I think I gotta do both of these. I'm gonna be a superstar regular cop. Sounds fun. That's an hour and 10 minutes, hour and 20 minutes. I want to do real quick. I'm gonna talk to that guy too. I can't remember how much those shoes were.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Have you heard back from the ICP about the serial number?
Yes. The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Bétancourt sur la Clé in 42. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Oranese pharmaceutical companies in the Semenine conflict. So, it seems the armor went to Semenine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued.
You know what it's called now?
The most recently registered firm that the ICP has been able to connect to the CDP is a military contractor called Crenel, and the one before it was Downwell. I think they might be the same contractor.
A suit of armor like this would have been manufactured with a particular person's physique in mind. You should ask for whom this suit was fitted.
So, yeah, a suit of armor like this would have been customized to fit the wearer. There must be a record of the person to whom it was issued.
Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try to talk them into it, though.
This is
Please.
a fun challenge for her. An opportunity to contribute beyond doing her job by rote. She'll gladly put in the extra effort for Team RCM.
Yes, thank you, officer. I really appreciate your efforts on this case.
Glad to help. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I'll have more for you then.
Can you connect me to the Jamrock Public Library?
Hold on, officer. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to their librarian. Connecting the call in 2, 1.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer?
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist. This is how people get when the police call.
I'm looking for any information that you can provide on Billy Méjean, a reader.
Billy Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database. Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately.
They're too poor to have a phone line.
Yes, home address is fine.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Capeside Apartments, it says. That's all.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
Oh. Do you have any other information on Billy Méjean?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day.
Do you know somebody who was?
Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day. Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet.
Good. You have a name now.
Can she describe what the husband looked like?
sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him.
What was he wearing?
1 second. Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that.
Do you know the husband's name?
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight.
So, Billy Méjean is a woman, not a man. How did your colleague know that it was her husband?
Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her.
And then goes for a little drink later. On the lookout.
Alright, well that's all for me.
Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
Anything else you need from me?
Yes, I would like to report a dead body on the Martinez boardwalk.
One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
An unidentified middle-aged man, height 170 to 175 centimeters, dark hair, medium build. Looks like he slipped, fell through a hole in the boardwalk, and hit his head against the metal bench.
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence?
No, it seems it was an accident.
No field autopsy necessary. What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes?
He was wearing boots, trousers, and an old leather jacket with a bright blue lining. Found a library card from his pockets.
Any information on the library card?
It's from Central Jamrock Public Library. It belongs to someone named Billy Méjean.
Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else?
We'll take the case.
I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you?
I'm done for now.
57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
Okay, so we got a lead for that, which we'll come back to. Oops, I don't want to talk to you, Kim. I want the box.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes. Keep saving that economy.
I want to buy the windbreaker.
Gotta prepare for springtime, right?
And
The speakers below.
what does this cost?
banged up
50.
and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them.
I'll be back. I'll be back. Now, can I get my money back from fucking Garth here? I forgot loading screens are really slow. For whatever reason, this game takes forever to boot up. There we go. Who's this guy?
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous.
Oh, it's this guy. Hey, you're here.
I am. So are you. What brings you here?
I met your Sunday friend.
Ed. And how did you like him?
He's a government official. I don't trust
Ah,
governments.
shoot. Why not?
Why was he staying at your place in the middle of the
He has
night?
keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean.
So, what are you two?
Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together
What does it
from
mean?
time to time.
A Sunday friend.
That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess.
Not even a friend.
It is. On Sundays.
So who is
A
he?
visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. He can always return.
Turn where?
To his opportunities in Occident, Sur la Clay. Still, his coming and going brings some life to the village. Or is it just money? I don't know.
Alright. Well, apparently I don't want to talk about other people. I want to talk about you.
What about me, gendarme?
So, composure. Give me 1 sec. Let me change my clothes real quick. What do I got for composure here? I look like a fool. Do I have anything that's minusing composure? Okay, we're good.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched.
There's a lack of magnesium in me.
And it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream.
I need to mag it up?
You need to get so magged up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium.
So you're saying I need to become a magnesium-based life form?
Yes. If you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to transcend the carbon barrier. Go to the apothecary and buy insane amounts of magnesium. It will reverse the damage to your circulatory system.
That's why I was like, this sounds more like an electrochem thing. Sounds like just getting all the drugs I can. What is it about the way that he carries himself?
Could he be a member of the homosexual underground?
Hang on, before I continue this, give me 1 sec, I'll be right back. Right, I'm back. I don't know what the heck El Palo Diablo is.
Just pointing it out. We're not talking about some kind of cult with members here. You made it up.
I'm not bringing it up. Just gonna let it go.
Hmm?
What are you doing
I'm
here?
admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer?
Yeah, one of these days I'm gonna go down in history. I'm gonna sing some karaoke here.
Really? Well, I look forward to that.
All
Bye-bye,
right.
gendarme.
Who the heck are these guys? Why do they look like they're cops?
Can I help you? You're already set
Oh,
for
my
the night.
bill?
Your door is unlocked.
All right, well, I can't get that back, but here, I found a new bird for the whirling.
What is this thing?
It was actually me who broke the great skua. I wanted to apologize by bringing you this ruffed grouse.
I should have known Sylvie wouldn't accidentally break things here. Okay, this is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess? So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
People just don't know how to accept gifts, especially taxidermy. He likes it. He likes the bird. It solves his broken bird problem.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
Yeah, does not bring up that I stole it from another house.
It's not actually about that, but he liked it.
All right, before I talk to any of these people, I'm gonna go back and look at that last find from that last trap. Thinking about Mancomb Seepgood? What the frig is that? I never played Curse of Monkey Island. That sounds like a name from Curse of Monkey Island. Guybrush Threepwood or whatever his name was. All right, let's take let's get back into my usual clothes here. I'll keep the black pants. I'm gonna put my I want this one. I don't like that one. This one's got visual calculus. This one's got logic. You know, we're a little more official that way. One of these days, I'll get them found shoes. Put the black shoes on. They were looking pretty official. And in fact, I'm gonna put the what does this hat do? +2 logic, -1 perception. We're looking pretty detective. I could, if I want to be fashionable, I could just put the drama electrochemistry stuff on. I don't know if this disco ass blazer would be considered fashionable. It's actually not that bad looking. It looks a little more raggedy in the picture for it. I do like this bow tie, though. Oh, I don't want to click on that. So Wednesday we gotta inspect traps. We just got the last one. And then dead body on the boardwalk. Yeah, okay. Creaking ahead, broken axle grinding. What is this? Magnesium-based life form. -1 shivers, no shakes. It is generally understood that human beings are carbon-based organisms, using little carbon tubes together to form complex, mushy structures capable of thought, love, and locomotion. It is also known that these structures sometimes like to take the edge off by consuming ethanol, amphetamine, etc. In such cases, it is important to supplement your body with magnesium. Tired? Maggot. Down? Mag time. Liver damage? Maximum mag. Some people say magnesium doesn't really do anything, and you just need to quit. What do we tell them? Maximum mag. Footprints in the snow lead away from the accident. And then I gotta talk to these people too. This person. Good. A cape. What are these doing in the fish? What? Franco-Nigerian cavalry boots. Oh, that's pretty sweet. I mean, it's better than my indirect modes of taxation. Oh yeah, there we go.
Hi, officer. Anything I can help you with?
A sword in a scabbard hangs from her hip. Interesting. That depends. Where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium.
Why?
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
Okay, I've got questions. The first is, what's your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions, and that was actually the second one.
Indeed, you're always confused as to your whereabouts.
Nice sword. Does it come with a story?
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks mostly.
It is imposing.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
So why do you need intimidation tactics?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
Why don't more women arm themselves if it's so effective?
What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
Behold! Do you like it?
Sure. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin. It's like a shield.
So, can I borrow that sword?
No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I use to keep these animals in check. You would put me in an early grave.
So, where are all these men now?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Wait, why? If they're thick-headed.
Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
If it is, then why the melancholy?
Where's your husband now?
Gone.
Gone where? He's dead?
To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago.
Oh.
He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
Well, it's healthy to let go and move on. Gotta keep the wheels spinning.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
Ah, so she's the
This
mother.
is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
-6 for not knowing a good spot yet. And Kim's presence makes it awkward. Oh, that's funny. Is that your boat?
Sure is. The sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
Alright, what do you do around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
Is it enough to make a living?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her.
Interesting. What have you found?
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
I need to know about those human bodies. I don't really want to ask about any of these. This place looks bad, so why don't you leave?
And go where? The fish are plentiful here and we get enough orders to get by. It's not great, but it's something.
Well, just somewhere. Away from all this sadness.
People imagine picking up and finding something better is an easy solution. But how is that supposed to work when all your time and energy goes to staying alive? You have almost nothing to set aside to actually fight your way out. I don't mean to complain about my pauper life. We are warm and fed here and... I don't know. There's just something about this shithole.
Alright, well, I'll be back to talk to you. Well, Kim's here. We'll talk about this.
See. Who are you looking for?
Oh, she doesn't have anything.
Well,
I was hoping I could
how
ask,
can I
like,
assist
a
you
woman
then,
who
officer?
bought a gun, maybe. Alright, we'll be seeing you. This boat is floating freely in the water, unmoored. Ooh, 70 cents. Ladder leads to a school of fish swimming in the kelp. Getting some sweet tear here. Let's talk to the kids here.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
You must be Lillian's twins.
This one doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Lily's our mum.
Yeah, I already said
The
that.
stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders. The other one laughs as well.
Alright, take care.
Hello, mister.
Are you Lillian's daughter?
Yes, I am. Little Lily. You know my mom?
I could live in this place. Scamming my way into a nicer place. I'd like to.
Uh-huh. Mom is great. You know what's great about my mom?
No, do tell me.
Everything.
Of course, it's such a kid answer.
Bye.
Gotta get Harry's life together here. With speed. What do I got for drugs? I can't take drugs now because it would kill me. My morale. Oh, I could sell that. Look at it interact with these things. I want to do my exploration first. A school of fish huddled around the fence post, then scatter into the dark. Before you, a drawbridge can only be lowered from the other side. Oh. I don't think I saw a way to get over here. Harry knows one, though. Alright, I'll not make my way there yet. It's like an old school building or something. It's pretty big. Oh, it's a church. Dusty pews in the shadows. Many seem to be doing this thing. Oh, so we're all the way over at the church already. Okay, so we got like a whole boardwalk thing over here. An altar shrouded in dark, or something like that. It's too dark to tell. Dark, you say? I don't remember seeing the egg. Ooh. Mind if I do? The sign reads, St. Brune 1147.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood.
Rattle the doors.
Nothing happens, only the sound of the padlock rattling against the door.
I don't think that's going to work.
The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. 2 large beams shoot downwards, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold. The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch. The carving on the doors remain unchanged, closed with a padlock.
Alright, let's look at the padlock then.
This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden door. The lock is adorned with a yellow sticker. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting, somehow.
Okay, well, let's look at the sticker. Condemned?
You see a yellow circle with 2 X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth. You're pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. A smiling dead guy. The curve makes it smile, and the X's make it dead. There is something blindingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness puts to shame everything you've seen before.
What makes it so modern?
It's the contrast between the cheery, chemical yellow and the rigor mortis. As if the cheery guy didn't know he was dead, or the dead guy didn't care that he was. Either way, you get the sense the forces of future are at work here.
So have you seen this symbol before, Kim?
He takes off his glasses and uses a blue handkerchief to thoroughly wipe them clean before inspecting the sticker. Then he looks up, pauses, and replies.
No.
What does it look like to you?
Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency.
So what is suggestive of junior delinquency here?
I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth.
I agree. Very modern, but does the cheery guy not know he's dead, or does the dead guy not care that he is? What is the source of the irony here?
That level of conceptual thinking is not part of my skill set.
Alright, well, let's try and peel it off. Oh, this is a white one. Hang on. Get my interfacing up a little bit.
We should get in there. We need to find some other way.
Alright. Where do you think we should start?
You hear the pulsing bass underneath the east wind? A sure sign of junior delinquency.
I don't hear that, but sure. I think electrochemistry, this is interfacing. All I got. Alright, well, it's something.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular, there's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb.
Shake it off my thumb and throw it in the wind.
Au revoir, sticker.
I don't know why I took that off. Back the staple.
The padlock passes through a staple that's been hastily attached to the wood. Closer inspection reveals that one of the screws is not a screw at all, but a nail. The work has been done recently and is unprofessional, to say the least. Should you want to get through, it might be easier to just pry the whole thing off.
Well, this is where Mr. Prybar comes in handy.
Maybe we should circle the building first and look for another way. The building has seen enough mistreatment.
There is a touch of guilt in his voice.
You're lucky I'm not a physical instrument. Oh, that's -10. We'll be back. Got my official flashlight out, so. Oh, damn. That's tall. I circled the building, Kim. There's nothing. Must have taken a lot of patience to do this. Take this sucker off here. My crowbar back. Painted with pastels, someone is trying to bring cheer into the world. Damn, it's cold outside, he says.
In her late teens, early 20s, kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing.
Dear child, it's freezing. Where's your hat?
Huh?
I said you should have a hat on.
So should you.
I have one on. I mean, it doesn't cover my ears, but I have a hat on. I should, and I do.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
It's nice. You should wear one too, if you plan on staying outside in this weather.
Yeah, well... Look, man, fuck the hat.
Is that kind of language really necessary? I'm not even going to attempt that. I'm not very authoritative.
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. I was concentrating on something else. My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me.
What's your name?
Estelle.
And your surname?
Why?
I'm from the police. It's for the paperwork.
Okay, it's Burger.
Okay, and what's that device you have there?
This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still.
And the wires?
Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
What's a contact microphone?
Contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
It's a geophone, basically.
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike.
Any news on my wife's name? How about my mother?
No.
Thanks, Encyclopedia. So how does that thing work?
The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-borne sound, if you like technobabble.
Yeah, it's a geophone. We use them at work for measuring velocities through the ground. Where did you get the mic from?
Same place I got the recorder from, the Palaceum.
What's the Palaceum?
Oh man, you haven't been to the Palaceum? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck.
Thinking about it really cheers her up. It's a long way from here, though.
That's just interesting. Who's this Arno guy?
Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. or really be a Palaceum going kind of person.
I get down.
I don't know what that means.
I grind.
I don't know what that means either.
It means I'm hip beyond my years.
That's cool.
You're right. Time has deserted me.
Sucks, man. Was there something else? About the contact mic, perhaps?
Yeah, does this have anything to do with contact mic?
Yeah, I record stuff with it.
No, I mean the Boxer contact mic.
No. This is a contact microphone. It's for recording inside solid objects. Contact mic just beats people up.
You know, contact mic doesn't just beat people up. Contact mic is a role model.
An entire litany spews forth.
Oh man, this is a lot of dialogue here. You know what, on second thought, screw contact Mike. He's not a champion, you are. Look at you here in front of a saggy tent, picking your nose to drug addict music. The world of sports is in awe of your faith and dedication.
Man, you are one weird cop.
This isn't about me. This is about your lack of respect for one boxing greats and for yourself.
What is it with you and this Mike guy? Okay, if it floats your boat, I'll be more like Contact Mike and less like me.
Self-respect is not meant to float any boats but your own.
I'll keep that in mind for future use.
So, I had some non-Mike questions for you. What are you doing out here exactly?
Recording, I guess.
What is it that you're recording?
I think I'm recording cracks in the ice, but there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound.
Wait, what happened to the headphones?
My boyfriend sold them.
What for?
I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
A lie. They were probably pawned off for something suspicious.
And what are these recordings for? The cracks? Footsteps?
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway. I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
She looks at the recording device. The thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turning out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish, very useless all of a sudden.
Take this, your call.
He begins to take off his jacket.
Man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
Now this is where a hat would come in handy. You're not having my fucking hat.
Maybe you were right about the hat.
You said it's supposed to be a music place. What is?
That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not gonna be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
The boys?
Yeah. Andre and the guys, they're inside, in the tent.
And why is that?
Why are you freezing out here while the boys are inside?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room.
Stuff like what?
Music stuff mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. And there's piles of it.
You mean like those headphones your boyfriend sold?
Yep, they were pretty. I'm sorry we sold those.
Why not just leave some of it outside so you don't have to freeze?
That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold.
It's probably amphetamine. It makes you feel impervious to the elements, but doesn't actually make you any less cold.
Yeah, why? Why can you take it?
I got my recordings to do. I feel better outside.
I kind of want to give her my hat, but I don't want to give her my hat. This is my hat. This is my great detective hat.
Go ahead.
Empathy, huh?
Okay. Bye.
That's it for now. I need that. I don't know if I have any empathetic clothing.
Some kind of superstar. They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one.
-1 logic for the price of my self-delusion. The learning cap for visual calculus is raised to 6. The learning cap for suggestion is raised to 6. The learning cap for chemistry is raised to 6. And the learning cap for composure is raised to 6. I can get more electrochem. And this one is almost done. And so we got the litany of contact mic. So -1 logic for no pain, no gain. -1 conceptualization to push it. -1 drama to make it. It's time once again to return to the 20 things you like to say about Contact Mike. The boxer who's apparently a paragon of open competition. Really doesn't get any better than this. Any better. Both inside and outside the ring. Stop. Point at someone in the distance. Point your fingers at him. He will point his fingers back at you, vaulting an impassable gulf of finance and privilege too. ...
Hello again.
Hello. I'm wearing my empathy sunglasses.
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands.
I'm sorry you have to sit here on the ice feeling miserable at your age, or at any age, in this weather, waiting for it to get dark.
She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup.
The people who built this world intended it to be better for you, but they failed. It is easier to live in their failure with this by your side. Tap on the tape recorder.
The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her.
It's not a childish fantasy. It can be a real weapon against what's coming for you now.
What is?
I'm once again reminded of how Contact Mike rose from the slums of St. Baptiste to the top of the boxing world, overcoming adversity and serious brain trauma. Nothing is coming, nothing he wouldn't knock out in 3 rounds. The real fight is for the right attitude.
I can't believe this turned into another Mike thing. Fine. I'll stick to it. I'll knock it out in 3 rounds. So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer?
You said eating me. There's nothing eating me.
Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to.
I guess there is something that's been making my life hell.
What is it?
The hell just happened? Oh, I think the shadow just shifted. The dark is coming. You're not the dark, my friend. I think it's all these foreign people taking our straight up racist. Yeah, people just keep putting their selfish interests ahead of the greater good. I'm one of them.
Oh, really?
No one understands that sometimes you gotta make sacrifices for the sake of progress. It's all very distressing. You're not having my hat, though.
So, the thing that's been eating you is the slow pace of social progress.
Sounds like I'm steering away from communism here. I just wish people would be a little bit more reasonable.
Okay. So you're not that upset, it sounds like.
Yeah, no, I knew it was there. The working class one, I was tempted to pick it. Mildly distressed by this state of affairs.
And you're sure it's social progress you're distressed about, and not, I don't know, some chick?
Maybe. Some chick stole my gun. You just reminded me.
Go ahead.
Well, that's it for now.
Regular law official. You've done it, Harry. Whatever else you are, you're also boring now. It was not easy. You spent most of your life trying to funk up every nook and cranny of your personality. When someone says something political, the first 3 thoughts in your head are a ludicrous hodgepodge of communism, fascism, and stock tips. When they ask you why you did something, it's superstardom, apocalypse, or the mea culpas of the flagellant cop monk. It's not easy reaching for the 4th option, the normal one. But you have. And now, you're not just crazy. You're also boring.
Bonuses. Strong grasp of reality. Dull but solid. All learning caps raised to 3. Interesting. Interesting. A lot of minuses for only 1 positive. However, that pain threshold. What is that? An electrochem? Look at visual calculus. I could have so many points. But if I had all of the points in visual calculus, I would get the useless information too. So my shivers is at 0. I'm tempted to take another point of this, but I got 4 points. I'm gonna see what my white options are around in a little bit here. More tribalistic markings. This post is covered in little humanoids. A pole screwed into the ice keeps the tent erect. Trash from some unending party. Kick this down.
A pane of Eternite has been planted into the snow. 2 poles are holding it up. Barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. A stronger gust of wind might be enough.
What is this?
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
Alright.
The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
Alright, losers.
The tent is just tarpaulin.
Captain Superstars here.
Pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men, all in forward-looking apparel, reminiscent of the sticker on the padlock, are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
Well, that's some haircut you got there. Alright, squeeze in.
We barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
We're in. With the cool kids. Oh, there's plenty of room to have the girl in here. Canisters filled with what appears to be water. The label says distilled. A speaker, the big kind they use for live music. Pile of nasal sprays, brand name Nosifed Ultra. Wild, wild, I want to see. Where's the child I used to be?
You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
There is definitely something futuristic about his hair, aggressively so. You get the sense that this is what the future will look like. Imbecilic, yes, should the future ever come, it will look deeply imbecilic, like this guy.
Shake his hand.
grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse, Noid.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
Like wearing a rib cage or something.
An egghead. Egg!
He's bald, but he's got hair. Or is there another person in here that I'm not seeing?
Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
So how many have you organized?
We have many in the pipeline, officer.
That means they haven't set up a single one yet.
Alright, so why are you here?
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Honest for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
There's no need. The place is pretty bad.
Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the church, and I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads! Burnouts!
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Reversholt.
Strike that! The word!
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts holed up in there were the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit of a dope head myself.
Oh, if it was just like that, it would be fine. But they're also spooky.
What do you mean by spooky?
I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge. Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse. People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that. Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
Alright, tell me more.
All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
So, did you put the padlock on the door?
Yes. I asked Noy to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. It's a temporary fix, just something to contain the situation. I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
How long have those people been locked in there?
Like a week, maybe?
Oh my god. How can you be sure they haven't starved to death?
Super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term involuntary manslaughter there.
Andre, do you know what involuntary manslaughter means?
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, this is not what's happening here. I'm at least 80% sure they're alive. I mean, come on. Most
The number keeps going down. Sounds like nonsense.
It is nonsense. Total garbage. I knew you'd see through it. You're one smart cop.
Goodbye. Now where was I with that padlock?
Attentively, ready to answer the questions of one smart cop.
I need the key.
Of course. Noid, give the officer the key. All right.
I'll be the cool cop.
You sense the trajectory of
Yeah.
metal and plastic. The object makes a small ringing sound as it approaches. Just the tiniest chime to your left.
Catch.
Ka-ching! The key hits your palm. The speed freaks nod to you approvingly.
I'm gonna play it cool. Thanks, man.
The speed freak nods to you. A respectful nod. You proved something here.
Superstar cop on the way.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it.
So, who exactly are the people inside the church?
Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses.
And you haven't even seen them, and you want the police involved.
Well, there's also the machinery.
Machinery?
When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up. Suddenly, there are all these strange machines lying around in there.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Never seen anything like it.
Andre, tell him about the feeling. Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark.
No, the other one.
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
But you haven't physically seen anyone.
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church a couple of times, and we felt someone or something eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it.
This sounds like a cryptid. I'm on the case, boys. So what was it about that thing watching you?
Like you aren't alone, you know?
It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean.
Not human? As in a ghost? Do you know what he means?
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of crab man.
Crabman. Yeah, this is cryptid.
Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling, like a crab.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behaviour.
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures, and not known for climbing walls.
Are you sure there was a crabman?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. Estelle was alone that time, but I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
Alright, well, can you tell me more about this machinery?
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely.
Yeah, but you're all talking to me. Why can't he just answer me right now? Why do I have to exit the conversation and then talk to Noid? Now, how can you be sure there are burnouts and dope heads if you haven't seen them?
Well, honestly, I can't, but I am.
This is a below feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy.
Wow, you can't. But you do. I should add weaponized idiocy to my own repertoire.
Hey now, I'm 70% sure they're substance abusers. Don't let all that technology fool you. Where do you think the drugs come from?
Alright, well, let's talk about something else. You might not be wrong. There is drug smuggling going on in this town.
Sure. What?
So you mentioned some kind ecclesiastes own the church. Who are these ecclesiastes?
Oh yeah, that's a meteor name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
Now, humor me, Andre. What is the founding party?
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know? I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organization.
And?
And they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericanassian church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the innocentic system, no?
Now, Andre, in your opinion, would this ancient religious organization who anoints the innocents want a dance club in one of their churches?
Totally.
The Pericanassian church is about love. And Nordic music is about love. I got love for my Pericanassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance. Love is hardcore.
Unity.
Unity!
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse!
He turns the volume up and then looks at you with a knowing nod, as if it's obvious you will now break into dance. No, this is too much. No sane organization would want this level of absurdity in their church.
I speak for all of us when I say we expected the law to be more open to the idea of love, unity, and the Pericarnassian posse.
I don't understand a single thing you're saying.
Yeah, I know you don't. So, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head, waiting for your body to start moving. His expectation is fierce.
I wanted to ask about this tent full of equipment.
Yes. What?
I can't dance. I'm the boring cop, remember? I gotta be the boring cop. Yeah, it's a tough conflict. I gotta be superstar cop, but I gotta be a regular by the book cop who solves all the cases. I take on all these weird jobs, solve them by the book. What's with all the Nosafed?
The what now?
Point at the bottles of nasal spray. The Nosafed Ultra you have a lot of it lying around.
Oh, the old Ultra.
He's like an actor, looking to the souffleur for his line.
I have a major sinus infection, stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter. Can't even breathe.
Sound fine to me.
Yes, that's all Nosafed's doing. Without the Noser, I'd be drowning in shit right now.
Nosafed is the shit.
Alright. Can I have some too?
Sure. Here you go, officer. Noser, blast away.
And I see you brought your own water.
Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even has running water.
And it's distilled too.
Oh. It's the one they sell at the fuel station.
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of.
Alright, enough of this.
Enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
That's it for now. We're gonna go for some logic here. I don't know how this gives me more logic, but yeah, okay. I don't know what is this? A hat? That's +1, this is +2. Get my jacket on too. I look so dumb right now.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
He's convinced I'm a smart cop, so... Maybe everything isn't quite as you've been told. Well, what to analyze?
Well, first of all, you're a smart cop, and a smart cop like you would understand if something wasn't quite right. So this should be easy.
What's the gist of it?
Is they want to turn the church into a club, but a suspicious element has overtaken the building. It's very important to understand what the gist of things is. Always consult the gist before making up your mind. This is going well. Plus, and it has to be considered, you can't invent the future of dance music in this smelly old tent. Imagine if you had the church. That settles it. Analysis complete. Their story checks out.
As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently.
Tempted to put a point in a logic. Try again. I get any new one of these. You have some points to use, yeah. I'm gonna put 1, and I might fail.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
A number of things don't add up.
There we go.
Let's take a look. How about gather around, kids?
Okay, kids, now gather around.
The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about whatever you have planned. Their would-be leader is less amused.
Sometime in the past, I'm not sure where and how, I fell sick and became the shadow you see now. But before that, I have reason to believe I was a police detective.
But you still are.
Thank you for your kind words, but everyone in here sees I'm a disgrace to the uniform. You know what? Actually, I was good enough in this job to be awarded the rank of Lieutenant Euphrator. Double Euphrator. I could have been captain. Imagine that.
What happened?
I did. I happened to myself.
That's a real downer.
Now, obviously, that might as well have been 1,000 years ago. There's still some detective left in me.
The young speed freak is silent. He senses something is wrong.
This isn't the makings of a club. It's a tent full of laboratory equipment for manufacturing drugs.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
Where is his friend? Did he lose his friend?
What do you mean, friend?
The other speaker. You only have one.
It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker.
This may be the brain damage talking, but you've definitely never heard of monodynamic or one-speaker systems.
I mean, I have, but stereo is a thing now because monodynamic is stupid. You have no headphones. Wouldn't Tassel need her headphones to spin tape?
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing.
I know you pawned them, likely for lab equipment and drug ingredients.
I'm sorry, but there is no lab equipment and no drug ingredients.
That Nosafed is here for its active ingredient.
He said it was for his nose. What more do you want?
Likely pseudoephedrine, almost exactly the shape of ephedrine. Ephedrine makes you happy, and so does pseudoephedrine.
The distilled water, cornerstone of a clean lab.
And of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer?
There's no need for me to pile on any more, is there?
No shit.
In short, you tried to use a police detective to set up a drug lab.
That's... Come on, that's...
Punishable by summary execution? So what are we gonna do with you?
What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing.
You tell me what's really going on. We'll work from there. I can be lenient.
What do you mean by lenient?
Haven't you heard? I'm the dirtiest cop on this side of the river. I'll make life hard for you, using every connection I've got.
He thinks for a moment, then opens his mouth, but closes it again, then finally raises his hands.
Things are just way too hard for an entrepreneur in this city. It's not like we're not going to turn the church into the wickedest club in East Revershoal.
Because we are! We totally are!
We just got to turn it into a speed lab first.
You know, to get our foot in the door.
And why did you need me?
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up.
They're not really spooky, are they?
No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
But the sign was way off, too. I couldn't feel the love at all.
Sir, you promised you'd be lenient.
I'll decide later. I'll have to look into the spooker situation before I can decide what to do with you.
Continue on an amiable path, right? No more misunderstandings, no more lies. Before you go, is there anything else you need?
That's it for now.
We'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah!
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid. Good.
In shows through the holes in the Speed Freak's too large sweater. In front of him, an open toolbox full of carpentry tools and parts.
It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to people before you get a reading.
Fine?
Yeah, gotta compare. See if we can align.
Interesting.
I suck at socialising, man. Even now, our sign synchronisation is way off. But I'll see what I can do.
I saw a sticker on the padlock. Can you tell me anything about it?
A sticker? You mean the yellow one? Can you describe it to me?
Interesting. He wants you to describe it, though he already knows what it looks like.
Okay, it's a yellow circle. The human face with X's for eyes and a smile underneath. Like the X's mean the guy's dead.
Good, good. What did you want to know?
Was I right? Is it a dead guy smiling?
Yes, you're the 23rd person to get it right, and I've asked 23 people. Looks like it's a dead guy smiling to the entire human race.
Okay, what does it mean?
He defeated history. We are living in the age of history, and in the eyes of history, we are always already dead. How can we ever smile then? Because history is a lie, and so are its deaths. The present moment and life are the hardcore. The hardcore expels death. Or maybe he's not dead. Maybe he's just really ecstatic about the beats.
I'm thinking maybe the smiling dead guy's a symbol for communism. It's also dead but doesn't care.
Yeah, that interpretation holds.
What makes it so modern?
Simplicity was brought to us by classical solarist modernism, but that was a tasteful, harmonious simplicity, right? Well, hardcore is not tasteful or outwardly harmonious. It's a warning shot. This will be dangerous. The echo of man's loss haunting him. The sticker, the clothes, the music, same thing.
It's hard to keep up with the times, man.
Yes, but that's what makes it an achievement.
Oh, sneezes. I think we exhausted the subject for now.
I guess one could write an entire treatise on the thing. But what for?
What about now? Are the signs all right now?
Still strongly out of sync. Stage gamma disalignment.
What?
You heard me.
So, okay, well, tell me about the machines you saw in the church.
Weird stuff. Specialised. There was a data processor and some sort of long-wave machinery. Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked up Samaran science sign. You know, the kind that goes head first into the supernatural.
The People's Republic of Samara is a product of Revachel's sister revolution on the Grand Isola. It's known as a severely degenerated rogue state.
Don't be too hard on Samara. We're all alone in the world. Half of what we know of them is just propaganda.
I know, man. I was just talking about the aesthetic.
And also, what's wrong with the supernatural?
Nothing's wrong with it. You should definitely be researched. You can still do sick shit with it, though.
So you think it's real? That it actually exists?
Most of it doesn't exist. But there's also stuff that isn't allowed to exist. Because the moralists think it's too dangerous for the plebs. Psionic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders pretending to be human, folk rights, that kind of stuff.
So why are you called Noid?
Hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
I don't understand what that means.
I can see that. Further sign matching would do good for us. One way to achieve sign synchronicity would be by getting us into the church.
No.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harman Walshi tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile and says,
Hardcore!
Hardcore! Is it?
It's hardcore!
You're just gonna keep saying hardcore, aren't you?
Skibbity, skibberdanger. I am the rearranger.
I like you, Egghead.
right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think?
Okay. Get the hell out of this. Communism's dead, but we're gonna revive it. Don't you worry.
A shaggy-haired girl kneels on the sea ice. She looks up as you...
With my superstardom.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? With the church, I mean.
Can't say.
Shoot.
Your associates tried to use me to set up a drug lab. I'm guessing you knew of this plan.
I did, and I'm sorry. For what it's worth. Which isn't much.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquency.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to talk Andre out of it.
You should have tried harder. Misleading a cop is no joke.
I know. I should have been able to control them. And I will in the future. I promise. May I ask, what did you tell them?
I'm going to decide after I've looked into the church situation.
Oh, right. That's wise. Take your time.
So the others told me that you went inside the church. What did you see in there?
Oh, that. You're not going to believe me. There's no point in me telling you.
Well, just so you know, I happen to be the #1 cryptozoological fan here.
She's less prone to blurt it out, crab man, than the others.
We'll see. Go ahead and tell me.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there. Noid calls it a mainframe. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still.
Go on.
And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall. upside down like a crab, down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent. He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story.
Like a crab, you say?
What did this crab man look like?
It was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Come on. She obviously could. She already went into detail.
Come on. Quit stalling on me. What did he look like?
He looked like a banger, okay? He was all muscular and stuff. Had a mesh tank top. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that only made it scarier in a way.
A crab and a banger?
Yes, a banger. As in a mess gang member. I know what it sounds like, but that's what I saw.
A gangster crab man. I believe you.
Why?
What would you stand to gain?
Nothing. Anyway, what else?
I'd like to know more about your associates.
I haven't got much to say about them.
You must know something about them. They're your posse.
Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
To the cops.
Alright, what about you? Tell me something about yourself.
Me? I'm a silver bird.
Alright, well then I guess I'll ask later.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
I have a bird too, and I can't remember what it was, but it was like the, plain boring one. Because I'm a boring cop. Get a cell to talk about her associates, solve the egghead puzzle. Just try again, is what it wants me to do. Sync the signs with Noid. I don't want to do it because he wants me to just get them inside the church. Much as I'm about speed, I don't want a bunch of kids setting up a drug lab in a church. I have my limits.
The young man with the...
This is hardcore. Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Here comes the
All right. No.
Back to the heavy hardcore. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. All car. All right. Yeah.
He furrows his brow as his very large traces the sublime invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the stuffy tent.
Hardcore! Ah!
Let's out an agonized roar over the feverish, obviously not too hardcore beat below. So hardcore!
Is it though?
He stops dead in his tracks, tilting his head to the side. It is!
What is it? I mean, really?
I was thinking that too.
I am the Mike Enforcer. I am the chick's checker. Yeah!
Alright, you know what? Fuck this guy. I don't really want to associate with him. I gotta find this last trap. Oh, yeah, I've gotta go around this way. You feel the shadow of a very large building fall on you. Well, that's weird because the shadow's going the other way. dead phone, smashed receiver, like someone hung up too hard. I'll be right back. Right, I'm back. Hey, welcome, Kiss My IP. We're bringing back communism. Doing drugs. Solving every crime but the main one. Superstar cop. Regular superstar cop. Oh, this is where that, okay. This is where I found that body. Where's that last trap? What is this? Rusty gears used to turn the whole machine. The building before you housed the engine. Must have been a big one. Chain trails off into the ocean to who knows where. Barrel has been recently discarded. It smells of old fuel. Before I go in there... Ooh! A white polo shirt. Got a new undershirt. -1 empathy. -1 suggestion. Man, that guy looks so dumb. I'm digging it. There it is. Come on. Cryptid.
It takes you a moment, but finally you spot the last of Morel's traps. This one's partially obscured by the reeds. The reeds sway in the coastal breeze. They seem to be waiting for something.
Alright.
The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here.
Oh my god. We got it.
No locust.
It was here.
No phasmid either, but still.
Kim! It's empty!
Your voice echoes on the coast, carried by a gust of cold wind.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there. I just see an empty trap.
But what if it was the phasmid? What if it ate them and got out?
Right. Anyway, that's for the cryptozoologist to figure out now. We're not cryptozoologists. We're cops.
I want to be Kim. Why you harshing on my dream? What else we got going on up here? Someone made a campfire here a long time ago. Rusted, broken control box for the radio relay tower. The ladder is too rusty to climb. The sea air has eaten away at it. Ooh, we got a new tie. It's a scented scarf. Tiny inlets there, off to the far distance where the posts trail towards. I don't know if I want to wear a scented tie. This light springtime scarf smells like men's cologne mixed with cheap laundry detergent. Someone must have left it behind, probably from a date. Wear it if you want to delude yourself that spring has arrived. -2 physical instrument from allergies. Oh, that's great. The hell was that? Why was there just a loud crunch?
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
What is this thing anyway?
Cemetery. A service depot of some sort.
Used to service what?
The washerwoman mentioned a depot up the coast. She said it was for moving ammo and cargo across the bay. This might be it.
This cannot be retried for some reason. I'm just gonna walk 20, that's really high. I'm gonna walk away. What is my interfacing? I can only get it up a couple points. It's probably not gonna help. Leave it though. Maybe I'll... 3%'s not worth trying, really? On a red check? Okay, I'm gonna... Before I go in there, see Crabman, my next cryptid. What is that? I'm gonna go see Dr. Morell. And I'll sell off my tear too. Looking back at you from the rust-colored water. You. With my stupid smile. With the look. Recheck these.
You've checked all the traps now.
I could fast travel, but you know that's not my style. I'm assuming he's going to be in here. There was a few more people I wanted to talk to in here too. Oh, there he is. He wasn't here a moment ago. Start with you.
It's great to see you again, officer. My wife can't wait to thank you. Go on, talk to her.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
I was just on my way while I was working the... yeah, I'm basically a cryptozoologist now. Basically.
I knew it.
Well, in that case, Leo, let me give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie, Mescan origin. The pin is an antique, quite special to the cryptozoological community.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes.
Wow.
You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important.
You never told me you've seen the phasmid.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
Yes, I do. That's why I play this game.
Nonsense. Your description of the phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard.
But darling, I didn't even get the size of it right.
You were a child, my dear. Really. It's extraordinary what you were able to describe. Now go on. Tell our friend about it. He's proven his interest in the field.
Reflexively, the lieutenant read his familiar notebook.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden...
Wait. Where was this? And how old were you?
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5.5 in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
Betancourt got bombed in the war. It used to be quite near, circa 20 kilometers from here.
So what happened?
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it. I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds.
Did you follow it?
I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there knee-deep in mud, looking around me.
Then what?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys, that sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel.
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've ever heard. The sounds. She told me it hissed.
It did, yes. Like reeds in a gust of wind.
The way it moved, the colour, how some of its limbs were white, like marble. It matched perfectly with what I know from other accounts. It was amazing. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored my faith in my profession.
So you were on a date?
Our first, yes.
The glance is tender, yes, but tempered by something else. A thought she can't express, even to him. Interesting.
Its limbs are white, you said.
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with beige, where the camouflage ends.
And how big is it?
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
Kim, what do you think of this?
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
Maybe you imagined it, Lena?
How could she? Who imagines this? She didn't know about the phasmid. This is the main thing here. What makes it a confirmed sighting? She had no previous knowledge of the insect.
So she couldn't have made it up, or imagined it.
That's true, yes. I'm almost certain neither my mother nor my grandmother knew of it. It was only when I started telling my story as a teenager that boys would tell me, Lena, you trying to tell us you saw the Insul Indian phasmid out there in those reeds? Get out of here. They just give me a cider and ruffle my hair and tell me to stop dreaming. But I saw it.
Alright, well, thanks for sharing this with me.
You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm.
Alright, Morel.
Nothing like the gratitude of a good woman. Now then, what can I do for you?
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
So, I checked all the traps.
Good. Okay. And?
And one of them was empty.
Completely empty?
Yes, there was nothing in the trap. No locusts, no phasmid.
No locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal, but...
It just means the Insul Indian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
She's engaging in a well-known self-deception called motivated reasoning. You should correct them.
Of course, more clever.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps, make them more secure.
Another trip to the reeds.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. What a deft hunter, this phasmid.
Of course. Be sarcastic. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture, mine stands.
He misinterprets
okay?
your words. No, I was not being sarcastic.
Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Ravachol, is yours.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really happened? Some kind of foul play might be afoot. Theft?
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
I'm going to develop an alternative theory about the missing locust because I can. Because Kuno's a hooligan. And I didn't insult Morel. I was agreeing with him and he just misinterpreted my words as sarcasm.
Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the trap, too. You should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno.
I think a little hooligan called Kuno may have stolen the locusts.
A little hooligan? But what would a child want with bags?
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to torment old folks.
Yeah, I'll talk to the little gremlin and see if anything comes up.
Delinquents. My favorite.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know whatever you turn up. I have a feeling we're getting so close.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
He hasn't been particularly forthcoming before. He may well still be hiding something. After he's left, it's too late.
Really, Gary? We're getting somewhere here. I'd love to play suzerainty, but...
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it, even if it's bugs. Morel, it's been fun, really, but I need a bath and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done, I gotta run.
You gotta keep in mind, Gary. Somebody stole what was in that thing, but it might have been the cryptid. The cryptid might have been in there. Kuno saw it and stole it. Okay?
No need to apologise, Geary. You'd be more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on that game of suzerainty today, though. We're gonna follow this through.
Alright, I'll get going. Or you leave.
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law. I mean, officers.
Oh yeah, he's racist. And I'll come back for you people. Well, they look like cops.
You look like shit.
Your ruffled face reflects in the man's
I
sunglasses.
don't mean that as a metaphor.
The last couple of days have been rough. No, it's intentional.
Like undercover?
Well, as far as disguises go, this is one of the best I've seen. I mean, I could swear you're an actual bum.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It's not just this week. What you want?
There's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head. A similar but different face. He might be wearing a disguise.
Watch out for yourself.
I'll see you around. Wow, he called me a loser. Wear that. Well, this one is... We'll put on the professional jacket, because that also has... Oh, that's weird. Kim, can you please not be within my dress-up thing? Visual calculus. Can't put it on underneath. Disappointing. RCM commander's jacket or patrol cloak? You know what, we'll go commander's jacket. What does this look like? Interesting. Inlaid Empire and Volition. Alright, well, I've only got 1 point of Esprit de Corps.
Again? I can't.
He might be wearing a disguise.
58. I called your station.
There's something that binds you to him.
Oh.
Some kind of an outfit, maybe. A uniform.
Firefighter's uniform? I know he's a cop. I don't think he's a firefighter. I'm not going to ask that.
You don't have to. You can talk about anything you want.
Point appointed. One shot here. This is the kind of stupid shit I waste points on.
He might be wearing a disguise. There's something that binds you to him.
It's not meant to be.
Some kind of an outfit, maybe.
It just wants to roll low. All right. Animal control uniform?
Yes. Of course.
Doesn't sound
you
right.
don't have to. You can talk about anything.
Cool shades. You wearing a disguise?
Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
As if waiting for some kind of reaction or response. Something to click. It's not happening though. Who is this guy?
Kim, who is this guy?
I'm not getting involved in this.
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the woman beside him. Oh boy.
Got some questions for you.
No wonder. He just doesn't recognize them. The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
I'm on a murder investigation. Are you the cavalry?
Definitely not the cavalry.
You're a cop with the
Yes,
RCM?
I am.
Is everything all right? Why don't you want to talk to me?
I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you?
Let's just do this by the book, okay?
By the... Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want?
What does one talk about with a fellow officer?
You with him?
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
He's an asshole.
You're an asshole. You know what? Maybe we're both assholes.
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange, okay?
What precinct are you from?
Precinct?
Am I from? God, he doesn't know.
Deranged lunatic.
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation. Maybe you're doing something wrong.
All right. I need to pass this check.
I can't believe this shit.
But she's with him. That's what I was hoping for. I was getting one of these.
There's something that binds you to him.
Jesus. Are you kidding me?
Maybe. A uniform. Exactamundo. Of course, you don't have to.
I put another point into this. I know that they're cops. They're probably from my precinct. I can't be embarrassed by my own police buddies. We're doing it.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
You know what it is.
Thank you.
It's like the two of you know each other. Just ask him.
Yeah, tell me the truth. You know me from somewhere.
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
Which one was Royal Knight Loretta again? From where? From another life.
From another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the...
Oh, right, yes.
To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality?
99,999,999.9. The 41st?
Okay, that's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere. Somewhere good.
Let's talk about that hypothetical station 41 you mentioned. Oh, the hypothetical 41? Yeah, let's fantasize about that. He blinks aggressively. I'm not busy. You're not busy. Let's just play around. I don't know why it shortened that to just okay. So what would our relationship be in this alternate universe?
Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment?
Well, Kim's cooler than
I'm
you.
sure he's fucking flattered. But Kim is not part of his thought experiment. In this one, we're partners.
The lieutenant is silent.
In like partners in crime or
No, because in this thought experiment, we're all police officers. In a police station, we don't do crimes. We're not crime bros.
Come on, stop it.
yeah, but we solve crimes, which means this is also in crime. Well, we're not the criminals, but we are solving the crime, so we are partners in crime, like literally. Who else is in our imaginary police
You're
station?
not going to believe this, but police officers. Yes, sir. Solving crimes, locking up bad guys, and get this, and not getting that drink on at 2 o'clock. Just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Lang.
So, do you have a crime to solve?
Oh, no. You see, I enjoy watching other better cops solve crimes. And let me tell you, it's been quite a privilege seeing you work.
This isn't helping.
So who is the far-out son of Lung?
Oh, it's you, you eccentric genius. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, it has to be you.
Want to tell me more about him or her?
Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lang.
Okay, yes, you get the joke. Leave it at that.
Well, I can't imagine it anymore.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
Got some questions for you. I'm a cop.
But what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like?
Like a megastar?
Yes, a superstar cop. Of course. This again.
Now, will you answer some questions for me? Don't you have to?
If I wasn't going to get depressed, I'd burst out laughing. But I'm gonna go with no right now.
If you don't want to answer questions, maybe you want to hear me say things.
Actually, I don't want to hear you say things.
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you say things.
Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
Okay, I'm doing this investigation, and it turns out he was shot and hanged.
You think he was hanged as a cover-up? To hide the shooting?
Basically, yes.
Well...
he corrects his blonde wig. His hair. He corrects his hair. Why am I telling you this?
No. Why are you?
It's like you felt it would be intellectually stimulating and would lead somewhere. A custom even? Strange.
Why do I have 4? Now. Whatever.
Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it?
Let's talk about the hanged man again.
Let's do it. You think he was
Oh,
hanged as
that's
a
it.
cover-up? To hide the shooting? Okay, I don't know. Oh my god, there's more.
Alright, see you around.
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right?
I guess it was kind of weird,
There's
yes.
something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at, but still.
I was thinking the same thing. I should ask him if we're from the same station.
Yes, just cross it off the list. It's probably not true, though.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
Look, you just have to ask. Are we from the same police station?
I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say?
Okay.
Okay.
Jean, he said okay. Give it a rest.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control, something of that kind. Not a cop. Go on with your cop work. Don't let me stop you again.
See ya.
Yes? What is it?
Look, something is really bugging me. Are we or are we not from the same police
God
station?
damn it, you leave her alone. Keep your weird bullshit to yourself and be professional for once, for fuck's sake.
Can I actually help you with something?
Yes, of course. Preposterous. I mean, you would remember if they were, right? Who forgets this?
You have a blue uniform.
That's not possible.
You have a blue uniform and mine is black. What does that mean?
It means I'm a patrol officer, sir.
Okay. So am I.
I don't know what to say.
Don't tell me anything, Judith.
What are you, the police, doing here?
Just looking out for...
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
A policewoman.
Yes. A policewoman who just wants to do her job. That's all.
Something about the man with sunglasses and you, the energy between you two, is making her uncomfortable.
I feel like they're here investigating me. There's two of this dude now. My whole drunken tirade through town. I talked to Kuno.
The trash container. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags.
We'll take a look in here.
Organic waste.
Search the food waste.
It's just organic waste, cold and slime. What's this?
What?
A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic.
There you go, Hard Trip. That's for you.
Hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork?
I don't know what this is.
It is. Look, the plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form in there. If you don't mind my asking, how could you have let your paperwork end up in the trash?
I think I didn't want to be a cop anymore. That's why I tried to flush my cop life down the toilet.
Well, lucky we found it. You should take stock of what remains, just to be sure some has not made it into the hands of the RCM's adversaries. Organized crime and the like. There might have been police secrets in your notes.
Alright, I'll do that.
It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to
Yes,
your
yes. You can get the mug too.
A broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron.
An antique?
Only in its social sensibility.
Taking the mug.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
Don't look at my mug, Kim. Oh, it's interactable. Alright, let's start going through these things too. Start with the bullet.
The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, and date and location the bullet was found.
Feel the bullet through the bag.
The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold, even through the bag. You wouldn't ordinarily have cause to handle jacketed bullets. The citizens' militia uses cast bullets only. Little pebbles of metal loaded from the muzzle, usually in a cartridge.
What do I do with you, bullet?
What?
I said, what do I do with you, bullet?
Well, if I was the bullet, which I'm not, I would say find the weapon that shot me.
I don't know.
If we find who owns it, we will have likely found who used it, possibly to kill our victim. In conclusion, the more we know about this bullet of yours, the better.
Back to closer.
The jacket of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark grey core. The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in diameter. You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard.
Core.
It's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged in the wound.
What can you say about the bullet so far?
It's a jacketed bullet close to 5 millimeters in diameter.
A jacketed bullet. Okay. It would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzleloader like those typically found on the streets of Martinez.
Highly unusual. The people of Revachol haven't carried breech-loading weapons like this for nearly half a century.
Even the RCM uses ordinary unjacketed conical bullets. This is strange. Very strange. I like this, officer. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating. We need to find the gun that shot it.
I have a similar rifle on hand. Where the name of the antique rifle I found? Encyclopedia says this came from a breech loader. Pretty good.
A rifle, revolutionary period. Your bullet looks to be an old 4.46 millimeter from the surplus left over from the turn of the century. Probably an antique or a retrofitted antique.
Make.
The 4.46 caliber was widely used with the Belmargrave rifle, a Revacholian manufacturer. The BM dominated the battlefields of the Insulindian theater of the anti-centennial revolution 50 years ago. Incidentally, you have just such a rifle with you, the dusty old thing you found hidden in the basement below the commercial area. It's unusable, sadly. If it were, the bullet would probably fit the chamber.
Anyone still making these rifles?
No, but Zeliger, a major firearm manufacturer, ended up with a surplus after the war. So there are still a lot of these old military rifles floating around, usually broken. The quality was appalling.
Who uses Belmargrave rifles these days?
Antiques enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers. You're looking for the same thing you found in that hidden weapons cache, only in working order.
What are you thinking? Bullet?
I think I know where this bullet came from.
Okay. And?
The shot probably came from a Belmargrave rifle.
An antique. That makes sense. There can't be many breech-loading rifles floating around in Martinez, or anywhere in Ravachol, really.
Probably a good thing.
I have to hand it to the monarchs. It's quite admirable that they took the advice of criminologists last century and banned the use of breech loaders in peacetime. Some new RCM recruits get impatient with their muzzle loaders once they've trained with military-grade weapons, but they realize it's worth it in the end.
Prohibiting peacetime law enforcement to front-loaded rifles is a policy enforced by the Moralist International in all the nations of the Real Belt.
Worth what? No. Moralist. No, worth what, getting
Imagine
shot?
if everyone, cops, citizens, had access to firearms that could shoot multiple rounds without pausing to reload. After the first shot, the second, third, and so on come much easier. But back to the investigation.
Seems like we're looking for an antiques enthusiast.
Doesn't seem that likely, but we'll check out all possible leads. Next step, finding the gun itself.
Alright, the bullet has nothing more to say. Smallest church in Saint Sains.
There's no way to listen to the tape without a working tape player or portal-reel at hand. A pawn shop would have a tape player.
That I knew. The mug.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much.
Got it. We're not delving into the racism of a mug. Why did I take the banana peel with it? We really could have left that behind.
It's the legend found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Nice. Anything
There's
else?
a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you.
Okay, let's look at it.
It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want.
Maybe it's kitchen tissue.
If you want it to be kitchen tissue, it can be kitchen tissue.
It would make me feel better, yes.
It's not, though. It's toilet paper.
Damn it. Perception, why? Why? Why do you have to do this to me?
Still wet, the toilet paper, I mean kitchen tissue, sorry, peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off your finger, and voila, the ledger now looks marginally better.
Alright, the clip.
An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip. The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before.
Lieutenant, what's this?
What? That thing. It's a halogen watermark. We use it for adding information to RCM property.
Interesting. What kind of information?
It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved. How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that.
How can I read it?
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do.
Like, for example, The flashlight?
RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
Ooh.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Alright, that's all?
Okay. While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight.
Browse the white papers.
They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
What is in there? What are they about?
Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average.
Is 2 cases a week a good caseload, Lieutenant?
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes.
2 cases a week appears to have been my load, Lieutenant. I'm not sure I completed them, though.
2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me.
Well, I'm sure I've made plenty of mistakes.
It's okay. We all make mistakes.
God knows I've made my share. He tries not to think of them. Like a fan of girls, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
There was mention of a naming convention here?
Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name. A title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples.
Oh my. And they're written in capital letters, too. I write in capital letters.
Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case.
Square bullet holes?
Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
Kim, my cases appear to employ some kind of naming convention.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene?
No, I mean a non-numeric one. Titles.
Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does.
Why is that?
It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves.
I seem to have named a case the Square Bullet Hole Murders.
Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself. I pray his loved ones never find out.
What happened to him? Clearly he's got a hole in his head. He's not alive anymore, I'm assuming.
Through the head. he died. It was a work.
Square hole. That's interesting. Kim, do you think it's connected to my square holes in head murder thing? I have to open an official case. Is there room?
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete.
And I have a pen. Let's do this.
The tasks you've completed flow out of the kind green ape pen in a brash freehand similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple, a language developed for mental rigor and simplicity.
It's snowing right now. Can I just say how hard it is to write when it's snowing or raining on paper?
Inspect the victim's body. Get the body down. Interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place.
Cross out the ones I finished.
Fine slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. You're a swashbuckler with that pen, Harry, and it feels good. Feels like completion.
Back up to max morale.
Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the Citizens Militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
Lieutenant, have you by any chance named our case?
No, actually. Any ideas?
You know what, let's just name him the Hanged Man.
Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
I'm done inspecting these.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now.
I will check that in a sec. Let's do the yellow papers first.
In the back, you see thin, translucent copy paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form.
What types of forms are there?
3. The topmost are misconduct fines. The middle ones are station calls. And the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of.
I can give those freaking guys a misconduct fine.
You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work.
Misconduct fine. Let's tell me about this.
A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields. But they appear pleasantly vague.
Station call.
These are quite sinister in tone. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing.
And field autopsy.
A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back, you see the embossed letters, RCM.
What the heck is U4 sized? I know what A4 is. Let's shake it. Maybe some crap will fall out.
Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment? Permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get damaged if something happened to it.
Okay, peek inside.
The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center.
How should I open it then?
With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board.
Let's give it a smell before I start prying it open.
The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner.
Nice. I don't know what Lonesome Long Way Home is, and why that gives me a negative to opening up the hidden compartment in my own clipboard.
Is not what you end up doing. You squeeze the plastic to slide
Second
it
double
open,
one.
but nothing happens. Then you bend it some, then crack it. The goddamn thing is stuck. The ledger quivers in your hand. As it shakes, the pages rustle. This pathetic mess suddenly afraid of you for some reason.
Can I read the case files now?
Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB41, then date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120111700, the next world mural.
Wait, HDB 41. Weren't those Officer Precinct? Harry Dubois 41. Yes.
Why, yes, your precinct number is 41.
HDB? Harry Dubois.
Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials.
Yeah, I think that's why it was 92%, because it was impossible for me to fail unless I rolled a double one, which is an auto fail.
Harrier Dubois, HDB.
There are no guarantees. Let's do this. Look at the square bullet hole one.
It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape.
But
that's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body showed up, also with a square
sequence
hole
killer.
in his forehead. Who knows? Those pages are missing. What next? One day you may still catch the man with the square gun.
He doesn't have a square gun. I really think it's linked to the railroad spike thing. As soon as Kim said railroad spike, that was instantly like, that's square bullet hole. There was no mention of an exit wound. There was an entrance wound. And nobody ever found a bullet, so. The next world mural.
This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development. called Grand Couron. Cause of failure, rent too high. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class."
We don't need to solve the cases. We just need to have a solution for the cases. That's what being the superstar means.
People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the Next World mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown.
Did you ever find who came up with it?
The case files do not show you finding the author of the design. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options.
Remove it.
A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us.
I must have voted, and possibly even lobbied, to remove the thing because I don't believe in that rubbish one bit. Apparently.
No one cares what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger. What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done?
The unsolvable case.
AKA Leslie and Burke. AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in Jamrock, know it's unsolvable. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which, in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability on par with you ceasing to produce the expression.
Couldn't we just keep them off the streets?
You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? No, Leslie and Burke are on the corner of Main Street and Perdition, because that's where the action is. Can you keep yourself off the streets? Threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol, so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. You tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing?
Which one was Leslie? Leslie's the flasher.
Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic one day when Burke takes a swing at your ledger. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. The officer is also drunk. Way more drunk than Burke there. And let's be fair, you also have party eyes. You slam the hardened plastic board in his face, then proceed to beat him unconscious with it. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, is tending to Burke. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore. Can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke. Who knows? But both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case is solved.
Indiscriminate violence is all it took to solve the case. That's all you needed, apparently. And maybe this will help me getting up my permeables compartment open. Just beating the hell out of it.
Which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one?
The couch in an unexpected location.
Some assholes brought their couch outside and...
Man, this is taking a lot of time.
In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it.
They actually look like assholes.
Insufferable dicks. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it is. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved.
Did I ever catch those guys?
No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next?
What next is the murder at the hookah parlor.
Murder. Tum tum tum. At the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead.
It takes like an hour to read this.
Circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor.
Kim's like just standing here by the trash can. I've just been reading my notes. Kim's like, really? Can I go?
Beaten to
How?
death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner JM, only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder at the hookah
Okay.
parlor.
On with the murder then.
Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve. Was doing it solo. Said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister. Was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had.
Wait, was Joseph Mills a good cop?
No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day.
Can you get high off of it? That's what I need to know.
No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything.
Okay, cool. Anyway, I guess.
Yeah, really lame. So anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there. Only client that day. In perfect health, too. Some kind of movie producer. No one enters. No one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing. Just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then bam, he's dead on the floor with his skull busted open, blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be? Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin, movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Tables low, heavy, really sharp edge.
He sucked hookah, stood up, passed out, hit his head on the table, and died.
See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom.
Must have sucked a lot of it.
Yeah, he liked his hookah. Stephen was his name.
And what was he doing there for 6 hours?
Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up
He'd do
with
that for
a
6
new
hours.
script, maybe. Anyway, that was Murder at the Hookah Parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed piecing it together. Next.
That's it.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard.
Crack it on the knee like Burke. 97% chance.
Just relax. The two sides of the board are slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off the slides. All you need to do is bend the plastic on your knee, slowly. The slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know.
Slide it open.
Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open.
And inside?
2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Ticket stubs.
2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there, too.
Why do I have fucking kill yourself, you asshole? Oh yeah. Kim's gonna be so mad. Just pick up the
Thin
card.
wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue.
Give it a sniff.
It smells of chewing gum, apricot flavored, exactly like the gum wrapper you found, the same brand of chewing gum. Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card, looped, round letters in a woman's hand. A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile, you think, although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Throw it away, please.
It will make me happy.
A merciful wind blows in from the Bay of Revachol, dusting the ground at your feet and raising newspapers far away. You feel the card slipping into it.
Hold on to it. We're gonna read the card.
Your hands shake, holding onto it. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, hold on.
Hold on. We can do this, Endurance.
There's nothing.
Detective, is everything all right?
I'm done. I'm having a heart attack or something. I don't know what's going on. Dead. Game over. Hartrip just wanted me to get this thing so that I could die. Then he could be like, all right, new game now. He's tired of this.
There is nothing. Again.
Nothing.
Sad, brother. No treachery, just blackout.
Just lie there, passed out.
Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you, that's still there. And the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in the basal ganglia.
Who's that?
That's me. Blue eyes, that's me.
And who is that?
Who is what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the water. Slimy.
No, I was cool. I'm cool.
The cool when you're dead, brother.
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow. Because it's always there.
Where is Voyager Road?
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause.
Is that the X something, the...
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
No. It was beautiful.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape. Its lack of beauty was not the problem.
So my name appears to be Harry.
Your name is fuck all.
My name is Tequila Sunset.
It certainly ain't Harry.
And what is it?
Your name is passed out on the ground, dragged around by one of the other evil apes. They're taking you somewhere.
Enough. It's like they're motionless.
You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules? No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
What is that? It's cold.
Yes, they're pouring something on you. It's in you. And
Don't say it like that, it's so creepy.
Delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
Where am I?
In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket. The air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water.
I'll drink.
Water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
Actually, beer and cider have loads of water in them.
You know, I'm actually more of magnesium. It's like form now. No, I'm gonna go with this one because it seems more encyclopedic. You know, in the Franco-Nigerian centuries, the quality of water was so bad it was sometimes more hygienic to drink beer, which is also true, even in our reality.
But these are not the Franco-Nigerian centuries. We are in the present. It is safe to sometimes drink water here.
You know, I'm actually more of a magnesium-based life form
That's
now.
just a drug addict myth. In reality, you're still comprised of dihydrogen oxide, which you must replenish to go on living.
All right.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened?
I should ask you the same.
You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema to take you to a hospital. Then you came to.
How long was I out?
10 minutes, maybe.
Came in contact with the burnt-out ruins of the past, Lieutenant.
That does sometimes happen.
He replies with such understanding, it's as if the burnt-out ruins of the past were an occupational hazard. Athlete's foot for cops.
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed?
Let's solve this case.
Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a tool equipped in your held slot for skill bonuses. Find it under the Tools tab in your inventory.
Why is it called the Ledger of Failure and Hatred? Oh, that's hilarious. I think we've inspected everything now. Except for this, but that's the racist mug. I was actually just taking it because I was hoping I could sell it. So with this, I get less authority, which is already at like rock bottom. It actually does make me look like a total square. There's no authority behind a man that just walks around with a freaking clipboard. And I say that as a person who goes to job sites and walks around with a clipboard. I leveled up in there, and we almost leveled up again, it looks like. Getting our skill points back. Missing insects case. Gotta talk to Kuno. Find the murder weapon. Read the watermarks. Oh, right, we can do that too. And then I picked up White Morning. Little guy gets further and further away. You see yourself from above. You're passed out on the blue tiles of the hostel room floor. Even from this distance, you can see your eyelids flutter. At the mention of what? A great white object letting out its sweet smell, like a lily of the valley. The little man's forgotten its name, but he still remembers the feeling. And look, he moves. The feeling animates him. He instinctively reaches out for the feeling's best friend, a bottle of Commodore Red. He puts on his disco clothes and gets smaller and smaller. I'm gonna throw that one in the research, actually. Look at all these thoughts we got. Alright, let's check this thing out in the Kanema.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
I did not determine what that meant. Still don't know. How do I turn on the headlights?
Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
He's
okay.
Playing his excitement. The lieutenant is more than happy to show off his precious carriage. The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The raspberry gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Canadian comes to life.
It's so loud.
Growl. The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
There she is, Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations.
Start with the street grid.
The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCN, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights.
Look around me.
You catch a faint glimmer from a broken beer bottle in the distance. Sounds. Two men engaged in a drunken argument, followed by the closing of some distant window.
Ah, Martinez at night.
So where are we on this?
Let me see. Right here.
It's fingered near the top of the map, on a segment of coast jutting out into the great ocean. I'm sure I've seen worse.
Oh yes. Coal City. Le Royaume. The burnt-out quarter.
And these perforations.
There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows.
Tally them up.
The first row has 18 dots.
Not bad.
Not bad for what? You don't even know what it means yet.
18 seems like a lot. It's not bad.
The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some.
Oh, not bad.
You count 216 perforations. Considering that nice, large number, a wave of pride washes over you. Though you can't say why, precisely.
What about the last row?
The last row has 3 perforations.
3. That's it?
That's it.
What do all these holes mean?
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Alpha male officers who are proud of their numbers often do. It's meant.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
You know what? I feel like I just went around apologizing all the time.
Maybe you were a diplomat, or in PR. Doesn't matter, I suppose. Let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see, wow, more than 200.
216 to be exact.
It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
I said, Kim, I told you I was a superstar cop.
Call it what you want. You were a valuable member of your precinct. Now, let's look at the last row. Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
So I'm a killer.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock Quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way.
What's it feel like to kill a man, Mr. McCoy? A young woman asked the man across the desk from her. Honestly, babe, says John McCoy, crossing his ankles over said desk. I don't feel anything anymore. It's just like brushing my teeth. I do it once or twice a week and don't really think about it. There's no trace of guilt in his voice.
There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident. But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
You ever killed anyone, Kim?
Yes.
It's not a problem for him to state it, however.
How do you handle the strain?
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies.
Like tip-top racing?
Par exemple.
Maybe I should find a hobby.
Why not take up a sport? You've already got that fan gear.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab.
Oh, thanks for
The
this.
lieutenant nods.
Alright, let's go.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
Does that mean I can reattempt this now? Because it lit up. Nice. God, oh my god. Oh my god! The scroll just doesn't work. We don't actually have a lot of things that, Jesus. Okay. Through that thing. Yeah, we did a lot of stuff. Still got a lot going on. Yeah, we're gonna have to call back tomorrow. None of these other things are timed, so. Let's go see Kuno. I don't like the way I'm running here. Swinging my arm like that. clipboard. Just looks weird.
You missed a good show before. A kid came by and completely fucked the tree to pieces.
He fucked the tree up! Fucked it good! It was porno!
By the way, kipped is a racial slur. You need to act decisively. It's Kuno. Use Kuno words.
Total retards use language like that. Congratulations, Kuno. You just made yourself a retard.
Stop choking, Kuno! The faggot has got you in a chokehold!
Kuno's not fucking choking.
Choked you out there. Serves you right for using reactionary shit.
Like fuck you did. Kuno's gonna keep saying kipped forever now. Kipped. Shit. The fuck did you want anyway? You got your fuck bag down. Now let's talk normal shit.
Oh, you want a normal conversation, huh?
Yes. Kuno wants a normal conversation. Ask normal shit, please.
Alright, you wouldn't happen to know anything about any missing locusts, would you?
No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck about bugs.
So he knows locusts are bugs.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame!
Shut up, see.
Now they're gonna take you to lame prison!
She sounds like she's about to cry, out of disappointment at Kuno's newfound lameness.
No one's lame here. Just tell me what happened.
Deny everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer present.
Lame. That rings some bells. Could this be connected to Night City? AKA, the City of Rage.
Who knows? This is about Rage City.
Oh god, Kuno, no! It's gonna happen now. It's gonna make you lame.
Stop it, see. No one's gonna make anyone lame. Kuno's got this under control.
There's definitely something going on here. You should check out Kuno's shack, the one with the pig's head.
Alright, I'm off. Alright. See you, loser. Crawling with locusts in here.
All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky air. The earthen floor of the shack has been shaped into mounds of mud, dotted with little holes for windows. Like skyscrapers, spires of dirt and sand rising. Accommodations for their insectoid inhabitants.
Well, detective, it appears you've solved the case of the locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the imaginary insect case. So at least that's going well.
Yes, precisely what I was thinking.
I feel we are nearing a real breakthrough.
You think the Insulian phasmid is nearby?
The presence of the locust points to the opposite. The phasmid did not take the bait from the traps. It was Kuno. The phasmid doesn't exist. But what do I know?
Use your powers of deduction. You knew the magic bug was nowhere near here. The phasmid is impairing your judgment.
I'll
Right,
let
talk
you
to Kuno.
handle the Kuno side of things. You are doing just fine.
He's got the goddamn phasmid in here somewhere. That little shit.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad. Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything.
I know you took the locust from the traps the cryptozoologist set up.
Yeah. Kuno took the bugs. So what?
So it wasn't the phasmid. A wave of disappointment washes over you.
So you don't give a fuck about bugs and you go and build a whole bug town.
It's not Bugtown. It's the city of locusts. Locusts aren't just bug shit. They come out of the sky like a fucking shadow. Shit descends.
Stop!
Locusts coming down like a shadow. This must be the night city he mentioned when you asked him where he's been.
So that and there is Night City.
Yeah, Locust City. City of rage. City of lights.
There's a tug of war over the name of his fantastical city. It's almost too big for his imagination. The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort.
What are you, some kind of artist now?
Maybe I am.
Did he just say I? Kuno usually calls Kuno, Kuno.
Hold on. Did I hear you right? You said I.
Kuno made Kuno. Kuno says whatever the fuck he wants. There are no rules here, pig. I fucking say I when I wanna, and Kuno when I wanna. Kuno's free. Kuno's free to fucking die, bitch.
This is what he sometimes does when things get tense.
That's great, Kuno. It's cool to make art.
Oh my god, Kuno! I'm gonna make him totally lame in like 3 seconds. Don't let him, Kuno.
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free.
He tears at the buttons of his shirt, trying to rip them open. They don't give way.
Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a... Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno. You'll have to take me away.
Why do they censor that word in particular? Out of all the words that they say in this. It just seems weird that a game that has so much like stuff about racism and stuff would censor the word faggot. And I get it's derogatory, but that's like it's like a big part of this game is the racism and all that stuff. It's so weird. Me and Kuno have discussed this. I promise I won't do that.
For once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely red now, with splotches of white beginning to appear across his face. You've got him. Now convince him to leave the cryptozoologist's traps alone.
There's a quest to uncensor the F slur? Yeah, I need you to stop taking the locust from the traps.
I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now. She was right.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence, just long enough to make eye contact with Kuno.
So what's gonna happen with the locusts?
Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die.
And what does the city of Locusts mean?
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit when he's zipping hard. Fuck. Pig, you really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame.
Alright, now that that's settled, I better be
Trying to
off.
catch anyway, with the traps.
Do I tell him? Maybe I can get him hooked on cryptids. The Insulindian Phasmid.
He recognizes the name.
Do you know what the Insulindian Phasmid is?
Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
There's silence between the two children. They're not saying anything to each other, nor looking in each other's direction. Why does art inspire you so much?
No, art is for arrogant blowhards. Why am I getting this?
Yet your eye constantly seeks out the most critical side of any aesthetic confrontation. You follow the expressions of imagination and technical skill with curiosity. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwined.
Would I fit into the art world? I mean...
Have you looked in the mirror lately? To be honest, you have the exact features of the modern artist, with that wild hair and those clothes. Perhaps you should try to write poetry someday, and critique architecture.
Hold on. Architecture also art?
Of course not. It's autism, box drawing, masturbation with a ruler and a sextant or whatever they use. You should demean and criticize the genteel institution of architecture while extolling the virtues of the pure arts.
Okay, well, I disagree with you, but... I guess I have been feeling critical lately.
Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living art here. Become the art cop. Half art critic, half cop.
No. I'm not going to be that. No. Just because you don't consider architecture art. Not risk another capo diversion at this point. Go away.
Bravo. Continue, then, the mediocre and vulgar epigones of the world. So what if everything is incomprehensibly shit and you can see it? Take no responsibility. This was a good call. That guy probably thinks forensics is autism too.
Probably. Glad you got my back, visual calculus. Okay. We're back up to 2 skill points. Report your findings to the Cryptozoologist. We will get this, Phasmid. It was interrupted today, but we will catch it. Oh, what do we got going on here? They're gone for the day. I was supposed to open a door too, wasn't I?
squeal, pig.
Hey, kid.
Kid shit. Fucking mind games. I'd rather die than squeal.
Get the fuck out of here, face.
Alright, I don't know if there's much else I can do tonight. Let's ditch Kim. Kim, I'm gonna run all the way over here so that I can go click on my room so you can run back. Okay? Seems the walker was either very confused or drunk out of his mind. Yeah. Doesn't surprise me.
It's getting cold, this late in the night. Time to call it a day.
Good night, Kim.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Okay, there's a mirror in here. That's why I wanted to come in here.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it. The expression fixed to your clean-shaven face. You're still not accustomed to it.
Okay, we need our electrochemistry tire. Oh man, I look so dumb. But +4.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it. The expression still not happening. It won't come off that easy.
Kinda want to put a point into it.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
It's 3%. Was it suggestion? The old seaman's coat. What am I thinking on right now? That's just minus authority.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Oh yes, she does. You need to get your drink on. There is no other way for human beings to procreate. Not after 6,000 years of yeast cultivation-based mating rituals.
Let's go with the racist one, sure. Why does it have to be alcohol? There's but one way to intimacy.
What?
Drunk date. We need his booze, the rest will follow.
Funny sailor jokes. Sorry if I'm not laughing out loud, but the comedy has worn thin over the years.
Great. Now you reminded her of the husband. It's okay. She just hasn't figured out how these things work between the sexes. Keep at it.
Yeah, she hasn't figured it out yet. And that's my motor carriage. She's gonna be real impressed by this.
That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea?
An official investigation has been launched by me to determine just that. It was an accident. I'm sorry.
This calls for a funeral, if you ask me.
You're suggesting we honor the carcass of my former motor carriage?
Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all?
What an odd thought. Maybe I should.
Why odd? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
Life world. Someone's been reading up on last century Gotvaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
Alright, I'm in. But organizing a funeral takes a lot of time and effort, doesn't it?
Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
It's going to be quite a few years before nature is able to completely take care of a motor carriage. You could always come back in a few months and see if you still want to give it a proper send-off.
The pity we don't get to do more frivolous side activities like rejuvenate the doomed commercial area or...
I understand, believe me. I really do. I think about all the frivolous side activities I could be doing every time I go out there with my nets. But daydreaming is a rich man's game. At sea, you can't afford to be careless and dream. Anyway, what are we talking about here again?
Nothing. Just looking official with my clipboard.
It's getting cold, this late in the night. Time to call it a day. On the table, you see a bowl of water.
Alright, well I think I'm gonna stop there. That's another day done. Who knows what kind of conversation I'll get into if I go to bed, so... See here. Yep. So it looks like I should be here tomorrow. I don't know what we're playing. I might not be streaming tomorrow, actually. If it's Elden Ring that we're playing, I can't stream it. Doesn't work. Computer's not good enough. But if it's anything else, if we decide to do Risk of Rain or something, I'll be here. Other than that, there won't be D&D on Sunday because Matt's not going to be here, and I won't be here either because I'll be busy on Sunday. So probably Monday maybe, or what day is Monday? Maybe Monday I'll be back. It's hard for me to say because my birthday's on the 8th, so I know at least 1 or 2 of those days I'm going to be gone next week. Because my mom's coming to town and all that stuff, so... Until next time, I will see you guys later. Thanks for watching. Have a good night.